just gonna do a quick check to make sure that the audio is working. How's everyone doing today? Oh, and I realize it's already time to start, although I'm already late. Sorry. Let's just say I had a bathroom emergency and leave it at that. Huh, chat? It's about as much as I want to say regarding the matter. Greetings. Welcome on in. Welcome to a, I wouldn't really call this an episode of anything, though. I would call this, actually, I might need to pump my own volume. We'll see. Maybe something like that. Some components of the OoTMM sound chip get a little bit loud as they're being played back. But welcome to I guess it's somewhat of an AMA. Welcome to an OoTMM combo rando with the, oh, I forgot to post the seed in the title. Hang on. I'm gonna post the seed. Let me just go ahead and stop some Twitch functions real quick. Okay, let's, I'm gonna have to type in that seed code. How do I do it, though? Stream's gonna get screwy for a real second. So sorry about this. There's a whole bunch of gobbledygook for the seed. The seed is all that gibberish text right there. For YouTube, this should just be in the description, so please feel free to check that. Let's go ahead and crank up the controller, among other things. And if you'll excuse me, I have to go clean up a mess. Okay. So sorry about that. So what happens when you spill drink over your controller? I've got a... I made sure I cleaned that up pretty quick, but... no guarantees I won't have to replace that controller. Yay! Alright, now, if I can just... move move myself over, because one of the nice things about OoTMM is that I shouldn't need to switch screens. I should just be able to game right from the streaming screen itself. We're gonna find that out now. As you can see, I have actually replaced the entire overlay. It's quite simplistic, but it works. I like to think it's functional. How's everyone doing today? Yeah, I feel like I'm having to sit up straight the entire time instead of being able to relax. Un momento, per favore. There. Well, okay. I should be speaking into the mic almost directly now. You guys will need to let me know if that is not working as intended. Let's make sure these redemptions are working appropriately.
Useless flesh.
Yep. Working, but a little bit off-center. Just some technical stream things, but how is everyone doing today? How are you guys in health and spirits? Hopefully well. Hopefully well. Let's see. So, today's stream theme has definitely been what would a CRT TV look like? Kind of. That was the basis for, like, my initial overlay and everything anyway. It's nothing fancy, but it works. At least I like to think so. I'm gonna try one more blurp alert.
Useless flesh.
Maybe something like that. Okay, and guys, please do let me know. I have worked really hard to size the display capture to where it should be, but that doesn't mean that let me move the camera. Even though I've sized the audio display, that does not mean that, you know, it's perfect or anything. Well, without further ado, let's just get started. So, welcome to the Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask combination randomizer. It's kind of like Super Metroid and A Link to the Past randomizer. It's 2 games in 1, essentially. Not only is it 2 games in 1, but you can even play the 2 games separately using the same combo randomizer. It's really cool. I am loving OoTMM, or or I'm sorry, most people would call that OoTMMR. Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask randomizer. It's really fun. I play it in my spare time. I love. Now I should stop myself there and kind of maybe explain. I'll just call it A. That's usually what I call these files. What's really cool is that all the major items are displayed on the main screen, along with our heart count. If we ever pause quit out of the game for any reason, well, I can quickly go back and look at that again for you guys. What else? Oh, there's a lot. With the way I have the randomizer set up, I have souls turned on, barrels turned on, snowballs turned on, hives turned on, pretty much everything that could be shuffled other than entrances or logic is shuffled. Rupee prices are affordable because I don't want to grind for rupees in this game. I'd rather just use what I have on hand to get what I need. And if I have to go rupee grinding, I will. But I'm hoping I don't have to. Let's just get started. Oh, we start off as adults. Yes, I do have this randomized, and I'm going to shift the mic a little bit out of my general direction. Please let me know if I can, if people can still hear me appropriately. So, I'm happy to be done with, well, not necessarily done with Steelrising, but, I'm just gonna boost the gain on my microphone so, people can hear me properly. Do let me know if that's not working as intended, and I will fix that. So, yeah, I'm happy to be done with Steelrising. Like I was saying, maybe not really done, but I am going to make recordings to get to New Game Plus if when I've got the time. But I definitely need the palate cleanser at least today. It's been a fun title. I'm still a little bit bummed that I couldn't really get the ending I wanted. I felt like I followed the script to a T, and I just didn't do something with Mirabeau correctly. Like, that's the one screw-up I made. And so now I get to replay the game in its entirety again. And, just threaten Mirabeau this time. I guess before we head in the fortress, yes, Navi. Yes needs the no in order to beat the no. Yeah, Navi gives random hits in this. They're no longer spitting out vanilla tutorials at us. Awesome. Fantastic. Also, it's the start of stream, relatively speaking, so here goes. I want to make sure my mouse is not acting funny. So, we are doing content voting. This week, I have it split up into 2 voting periods. This one is 72 hours, and the next one will be another 72 hours, or maybe 96 hours. But essentially, I am giving people about a week to vote on what they want me to do. One of the benefits here on my channel, for free, but your vote is counted more if you pay, is the ability to vote for the stuff I'm doing. Nice, Nehru's love, that's great. I like getting random stuff. Honestly, OoTMM is just one of those games that when I get it set up, it's like, ooh, shiny, ooh, shiny. It lets me kind of flick off my brain for a bit, which is desperately what I need after having my brain on all the time for the majority of my life. Anyway, this portion of the voting is for plural votes, or like choice, ranked choice voting. So, people, I guess it's not quite the same thing. It's plural voting. You vote for as many options as you want to see. We're gonna do a straw poll later. after the plural voting has finished. And, you know, then people can lock in their choice, what they want to see. Which, I already have 1 vote so far. Cool, great. I really appreciate the person who put in a vote for what I'm doing. Love that for me. But if you don't, historically I've had 1 or 2 people vote. So they're the people that sort of drive the channel a little bit. If you guys don't want that, which I don't have a problem with it happening, that's the perk, or that might be a perk of voting in such a small, voting block, is what I'll say. I want to be clear that I'm looking at the game screen while I'm talking to you guys. Promise. And I can't confirm it because that would literally make me cross-eyed. Anyway, if you guys don't want a single person or a couple people driving the channel's direction for some reason or another, vote. You know, if you sat out the US election or in any other of the elections this week, don't sit out of this one. Don't sit out of this one. Come join the Discord. YouTube, Twitch, Patreon, Coffee, doesn't matter. We're gonna spit out a couple Discord commands real quick. Usually when I play OoTMM or the OoTMMR, I also have like a music pack that someone's graciously uploaded for public use onto the OoTMMR Discord, but I've opted not to use it. Mostly because I don't know what copyright looks like on that, but B, also some of the music in it is really loud. Really loud. It's just the Oot soundboard. It's nothing that this person did in particular, which I'm super thankful for their music list. It has definitely helped keep the monotony, but definitely I'm not sure how that would do on a Twitch experience. If you guys want like unmitigated Nintendo disasters style music, go check out Caladius. He does the Ship of Harkidian stuff and is a dev for it, if I recall correctly. Like that radio station he has that he's set up is almost exclusively Nintendo music. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pretty sure I need to go this way. There are enough checks that I don't even bother, like, saving rupees, like, ever. It's just not worth my time. It's much better spent making, I mean, it's not like I crack open everything, but, especially when you're looking for sticks, you kind of need to check the, really? I get the souls of patrolling Gerudos right as I'm wrapping up checks. Awesome. Love that for me. Love that for me. Yay. There's one more room I can check out, and then we'll be out of here. Now, I am no speedrunner. I probably need to wait. I'm no speedrunner, so I don't really know any technical tricks, but I know a few things. These are oh my god. The things I know are mostly things that people could figure out, you know, just by playing. The Kakariko Village, like lookout tower shortcut, like you can side hop to the left and get up onto the roof, or the roof man, that's his actual name. That's where he's hanging out. Yeah, a simple hop, skip, and a jump, and you can stand on top of the fence, and all of a sudden you can climb on the roof and speak and get an early heart piece. Stuff like that. Or, you know, the locations in secret grottos and everything. It's this room here, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Now, if I get a shield, this becomes a little bit less cumbersome. Yeah, I know things like shield drops, but I don't know, like, ISG or the infinite sword glitch. I know what it is, just not how to do it. Or, you know, hover jumping or bomb jumping or whatever. Nothing crazy, just basic stuff. So I know how to navigate given tools, but I can't skip having the tools. You see what I'm saying? No luck with sticks, right? Yeah, it's literally just been a heart container, a heart piece, and Nehru's love, which requires magic to use. Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Throw me out with the bathwater. This is AMA. I don't think I specified it on the Twitch tags, but it is AMA. Please feel free to ask me anything. I guess I'll go ahead and address what kinds of cheating, excuse me, I'm going to permit. One, there are two very specific things that I'm going to cheat. Well, one, yeah, I guess both are considered cheating, technically speaking. One is using F1 on my keyboard in order to speed up the save quit process. I mean, I have to, since it's it's not on hardware. The other thing that I'm going to permit is specific save states after specific jumps, or in Majora's Mask. If I want to check a room, I don't want to be stuck until the timer resets or the day cycle starts over. So that's the only other time I'm going to quote-unquote cheat. The rest of the time is going to be, I'm going to play it fair. Which admittedly is not what I do for normal randomizer play, but this ain't normal randomizer play. This is me trying to entertain you guys at the same time. If you guys have any questions, thoughts, or concerns about, you know, what I'm doing, or just you want to chat about your day at work and how things are going at lunch, you know, feel free. If you guys want to ask questions about the voting process for the content that we'll be doing in the future, feel free. Feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer, and I might need to swap back and forth between computers to do this or that to answer it, but I will. You've got my word on that. Now, excuse me while I go quickly just get these checks done and over with. I'm gonna need to slide over. I can still see everybody, I just can't talk right this second. done. See, that wasn't so difficult. Like I said, it's basically stuff like that. Just gonna push this back a little bit. Maybe do it like... just like this. Now I can game and look at the chat all at once. And the only thing I'm using the actual, like, gaming computer for is to host the game itself. And there are little things that I can kind of, like, discuss. There are little things I can discuss about my particular seed as we bump into one setting or another. For example, I have the Path of Ice that normally blocks adult Link from getting into the Zora's Domain as an adult that is thawed out. While still technically, the lake is still technically in the adult state, or like the drought state, rather than the normal state. Please let me know if the display is of an appropriate size for you guys. Like I said, I worked really hard to get this optimized just right. It's not full screen, but I can't, because of my capture card, I can't really do full screen. I believe I've been told to full screen these things before, and my response is always the same. I kind of just can't. If I could, I would, but the maximum that my capture card is capable of doing is 1080p and 60 FPS. I can't do any more than that. And my monitor is not that size. So I'm limited on what I can show. It's gotta fit on the monitor. If it doesn't fit on the monitor, I can't show it. Just straight up. Alright, I can't actually do... well, I can collect what's up here, but I'm gonna hope it's nothing important. So welcome to Zora's Domain. This lovely little pond with ice chunks in it. This does hurt my neck, you know. But that's a skill issue. That's not you guys. Just because the monitor sits at a different... it sits slightly above eye level on average, so unless I'm sufficiently zoomed out, there's no way in heck I'm going to be able to, you know, sit zoomed out far enough without just completely voiding my setup. Just completely. And it would be nice if I didn't have to peer past the microphone to look at anything. Yeah, so normally this would require the Ocarina of Time or an Ocarina... well, in this game's case, I guess, it would specifically be an Ocarina with all the notes. I do also have those shuffled, so I have to get the necessary buttons in order to play it. And I have to know Zelda's Lullaby, which is notoriously hard to get in this mod ROM, or like combo randomizer. Anything down here? Nah, that's kind of a waste of our time. Just what I thought. Alright, we're kind of quickly running out of checks. Maybe not that quickly, but like Gerudo, like spawning in Gerudo Fortress and getting nab at all those crates before the patrolling Gerudo soul was restored was huge. Because normally I wouldn't be allowed to check those crates until I had the Gerudo card. So it's nice that we didn't have to do that. So what's everyone's favorite retro game to play? And before anyone asks, yes, this is a retro... This is a retro title, right? Because from what I've read on articles, some people consider the GameCube a retro console now, because it technically fits that definition. It's not like we have the Goron bracelet, so no lifting of grass allowed. One place I can probably think to check is gonna be Kakariko Village, or in more specific detail, Dampe's grave in the graveyard. We also have the Master Sword pedestal to check too. I'm trying to remember. I want to say it is the initial Sheik cutscene after the Forest Temple. That's the one you get first, and that has a reward. Kakariko Village also has a bunch of crates as an adult that you can check, which I'm looking for Deku Stick. In specific, the Deku Stick will let me check all of the grotto locations that are available. I'll be able to access butterflies. Soul of Toto, that's an MM thing, not an OOT thing. Okay, so far so good. Look, there is a grotto off to the left. We'll be coming back to that in just a moment. I want to take my lap around Kakariko and check all these crates. And it's best to do this lap early before the Citizen's Soul is restored, making this a little bit harder to do. Lots of NPC souls today, I've noticed. Okay, I say a lot, it's like 3. So, in other news, I still have to actually download the VODs for yesterday and edit them, but I will do that today. I also have to get started on the Dragon Quest 11 Definitive Edition Part 15. I've not done that yet either, but I will get to work on it, and then after that, I will probably finally work on that vlog. Because, I guess unless I see my situation improving, I'm landlocked, ladies and gentlemen. I am landlocked. And I am not sure that the protection that my family will provide will be enough to weather the coming storm. That's about as much as I want to say regarding the topic. I feel like I've talked it to death. It's important, but... you know, talking about geopolitical events on a continuous daily basis is something for the drama channels to do. I am not one of them. I just happen to be a haven where people can talk about that type of thing. Okay, this house doesn't have a crate. Ooh, we didn't check that one though. What other checks can we make? The rest of these are like internal, so we're good. We don't need to worry about too much else right now. That is a rapport. Rupees make you rich. Rapports make you poor. Not hard to figure out. You lose 10 every time you get one. Rapports make the rupee collection fun, because you never quite know if you're gonna get a, you know, you never quite know if you're gonna build up your rupee collection or tear it down by collecting too many rapports. Okay, pop up here, and then I'm gonna glitch through and cheat. Just a little bit. Wow, cheating. Also, that cow has a soul. Maybe I can get a good look at it in just a second, but I will show it to you. I do have the texture matching turned on, so whatever color the drops are, so parts are red, fairies are pink, major items are gold, and so on. The cow's nose rings, the nose rings were added on as an indicator. Will tell you. Nice. I can't get a close-up view. Cool. Yeah, so this may be a little hard to spot on my screen here, but I'm hoping it's big enough. You see how that cow has a purple nose ring? Just double-checking my monitor here. Yeah, it's got a purple nose ring, which means guess what? It holds a soul. Now, I don't know if it's an enemy soul, or an NPC soul, or a miscellaneous soul, but it at least holds a soul. Of that, we can be sure. Wonder items are those sparkly bits that you see, just kind of floating out in the midst of nowhere. Now, in Ocarina of Time, wonder items are kind of not a big deal, but a deal. You could get, heart pieces and... not heart pieces. You could get rupees and stuff from it, or fairies. In the base game, they're kind of laughably neglectable. Here, they could be the difference between, being stuck for an hour and, you know, sequence breaking, or going past a sphere, or something like that. Spheres are just designations for how the way of the hero is broken up. Okay. And I do apologize for the minimalistic UI, but I know this isn't a permanent thing I'll be doing, so I just want to make sure that, you know, I don't get too attached to the things I make. But all this was done by yours truly, plus everything that the OBS shader extensions provide. Absolutely everything is done like this. The scan lines on the background behind me, the specific shape and border color for the webcam frame, the chat border, as well as the advanced trimming of the game capture display. Yep, just me sitting down, playing with UI elements. The most I had to do was open up Krita and make some of the initial assets, which was fun to do. It didn't take that long. And think, this is what only hours of planning can accomplish. If I were truly mastered, I could probably make some masterful UI or streaming overlay things. I could really do that. I want to be careful. I'm trying very hard not to check out before I've gotten before I have gotten all of the wonder items in this first section, along with the freestanding items, also shuffled in. Ooh, silver scale, bomb shoe bag. Okay, good. I was wondering if we were gonna get bombs. Unfortunately, we get 5. Yuck. Let's see if the overall... No. I didn't think it would work, but, you know, I had to try. What's over here? Heart, a recovery heart. I always forget the name of those things. Well, in 45 minutes, we've managed to, and 15 of which was spent on technical stuff, we have managed to grab bombs, Nehru's Love, and a whole heart container. It's just fantastic. Now, here's a crazy thing I'm gonna do. Okay, sorry, this isn't the crazy thing. Let me wait until we're actually doing the crazy thing. The less crazy thing is that there's a fairy fountain back here, which normally is kind of a waste of time if it's not shuffled. The fairies in the fairy fountain are shuffled here on my seeds, so... I'm just gonna come over here and grab Kojiro, and it looks like the golden scale, so I know that's the MM copy of it right away. Because we haven't even picked up the silver scale for Ocarina of Time yet. Now, if I play my cards right, we can actually have a single bomb chew for getting a piece of grass. For those of you that are watching or tuning in actively, I do have audio redemptions turned on. So if you look at your point rewards, and which are amperes, by the way, and you see anything in pink, it's got a it has a blurb audio alert to go with it. So if you want to hear something cool, like a soundboard quote or something, feel free to spend just 50 channel points to redeem it. You get 10 every 5 minutes, which is really neat. I'm pretty sure you get that more frequently, but I'd have to go back and look. It might be like 10 every 5 or like 15 seconds or something like that. Okay, doing a quick hop off. Wow, lots of NPC souls today. I thought I was premature at 3, but I think this makes 6. It's gonna be faster if I just dip in here and then dip back out. Now I have a certain way I like to do things as far as the randomizer is concerned. I much prefer checking all of the non-dungeon items first, or like not doing the dungeon checks right away. I prefer saving those until after I've scoured every other possibility, at least before switching areas. So I'll check dungeons before I switch between Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, but I'll wait to go into the dungeons until after I have checked out as many things as I can remember. It's a weird completion thing. Ooh, nice. Fairy bow. Okay. That doesn't let me do too much. It lets me stun Gerudo. It also lets me hit eye switches. So some child dungeon checks are open to me. Okay, it's gonna be faster if I do this. Like I said, I know the basics. I'm not a speedrunner, but I do know the basics. I know how to move quickly if I want to, you know, avoid trouble. And I know certain shortcuts, but that's really about it. Everything I've learned through repetition, and not by any other means. One check that is probably definitely worth our time. Never mind, because I just fell. Never mind. Nope. Now I need to farm rupees by blowing up this rock. Okay, does this check have the sword? Okay, it's got a piece of grass. We have a means to get bomb juice. It's not going to be fun, but I can do it. I'm hoping there's a magic-filled run in our future. Yeah, I thought I would fail at that. Pretty hard, too. Alright, now we toss rocks. I'm serious, by the way. So, the way the heat timer works, for those who don't know it, is each full heart is 8 seconds. And hearts are cleanly divided into 4 segments. So, and every quarter of a heart is worth 2 seconds of the heat, and I want to say the breath timer as well works like this. So a row of 10 would be 8 times 10, or 80 seconds, which is a minute and 20 seconds, because the timer is minutes and seconds in that order. I believe the Majora's Mask timer works similarly, but it actually has, like, milliseconds as well. Point being, I want to have as much time as possible. 24 seconds is not long at all to be in here. So now I have 32 seconds. Which, normally I speed this up, and I am tempted to, but I know better. I'm not going to. This is it. Welcome to the show, ladies and gents. These rocks are dropping arrows, which is fantastic. I need them to drop bomb juice, though. Maybe I'll collect the drops. I don't think it makes much of a difference whether you do or don't collect drops. What I hope is that the drops haven't been shuffled. There's not a setting for that in OoTMM, but that's not stopping people from doing it. And I'm pretty sure that is a suggestion. Now, if you guys do want to drop randomizer, I highly recommend the Ocarina of Time randomizer, specifically the RR Mudo, or the real Rob Mudo dev patch or dev fork that has drops in it. That has drop shuffling. So the first time you would kill an enemy, instead of dropping like rupees or a heart container or whatever, or heart recovery heart, it'll drop it can drop anything you have shuffled into the pool. Where is this bomb chute? I don't want to bore you guys with tossing rocks, but Okay, there's 5. Now I just need to get, like, I don't know, say 20 of them. Yeah, we need to farm for a while, guys. And it certainly ain't getting easier. But we at least have 5. I can function off 5. Well, actually, I could probably function on something closer to 10. And 15 is doable. I would like 20, though. 20 means we have the potential to go back and get all that grass we missed. I.e., it's very likely that in 20 bomb chews, we will find something else in which to lift grass or chop grass. I've already shielded the Discord, so I won't do that here. But I will say if you guys enjoyed this content, or, you know, just enjoy having something listen to on the, you know, drive home, or at lunch, at work, or what have you, or while you're gaming even, please consider following, or actually, I should stop doing that. Follow or subscribe on Twitch and YouTube, respectively. Just do that. Like, comment, subscribe, all that fun business. Lets me know you like the content, or at least you want to follow along so that you don't miss it for later. I also have a YouTube channel for those of you on Twitch, www.youtube.com/swirlingvortex09. You can Google that. It's a pretty easy Google. I post long-form content there, and I do some shorts sometimes. I'm not like a cardinal poster or anything, but I do make content. I got Let's Play series, for those of you that want free offerings, because we all know money is tight. I'll try collecting drops, not that I think it makes a difference. This little superstition thing taking over. I try not to be superstitious, but it's not easy. Are you getting something other than rupees? Yes. It only took us, like, several tries to get. Alright, we have 20 bomb chews. I will come back for this thing in the... I might want to do it now. I just need to aim it better. Alright. I've talked myself into it. Let's see if we can't get this hive. It's a little known fact that bomb chews actually can blow up these things. You just need to aim it correctly. I will probably be unable to do so. It'd be something like this. Oh, and you have to time it. I forgot. You gotta really time this stuff. Are you serious? Game is making me out to be a liar. Okay. Back to barbecue farming, and then I'm gonna hop back in this grotto to take a break real quick. Sorry, guys. I guess I just didn't know my randomizer rules very well. Apparently. Okay, 22 is definitely enough to function. Alright, we're gonna take a break. I take 5-minute breaks around here about every hour, and I run 90 seconds of ads, so if you guys feel like getting up and taking a stretch break for yourself, please do so. Otherwise, I will see you guys after the 5-minute break with 90 seconds of ads. Thank you very much for hanging out with me, and I will see you back real soon. Okay, I'm back. So sorry about that. I can even play on this screen if I want. How's everyone doing? How are we all in health and in spirit? Hopefully we got good use out of the commercial break, and oh my god. Okay, now it works. What the heck? Does it have to be like an explosion from above or something? Oh, I guess I'm not a complete liar. I just didn't understand how it worked effectively. Okay. I can't just stand out here. Alright, let's continue. We only have 4 hearts, so I'm gonna come in and check out the, Nice. Yeah, might want to wait. Got it. Come in, top off our hearts, then go into Goron City, I guess. And just, you know, go smash some pots and open up the way to, Kokiri Forest. We also have enough bomb shoes that we can check things like this now a little bit more effectively. Nice big fairy, but it's wasted. Oh yeah, big fairies. Big fairies replenish magic power in addition to health. And it's a full heal, just straight up. Normally in base game, you need to use the Sun Song at specific spots to get access to the Great Fairies. Or sometimes I think it's the Song of Storms. Gonna withhold checking that one pot, or that one place. Oh, I'm a fool. I could be popping the pots with, my bow here. Nice. I think I've offered a good spread of choices this time for the vote. Before I had like a couple or a few things, but I've offered over 14 choices split between 2 questions for the vote. And I've even got, the way it's set up is, I've also got some stuff, where it's like, oh, I should go back and complete X or Y. Go ahead and unlock this. Like, Tales of Berseria is a game I have not finished. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild or Baldur's Gate 3 are now games that I haven't finished. And I should go finish. Nice. We finally got an Oot soul that wasn't an enemy soul. Cool. So I guess what I want to do is just kinda... I kinda need to time this where it's semi-blinking. Like that. Okay, got it. I know how it's done now. I hope I don't have to get the ones right at the corners. Okay, I guess before... I'm gonna actually go into the Sacred Grove and check out the Fairy Fountain and all of the wonder item spots. But I have a fairly decent game collection, so now I can actually showcase the games that are in it. I want to be careful, of course, because there are some games that are I wouldn't say they're not stream appropriate or anything. After all, I'm making a Let's Play recorded series out of Dragon Age Origins, and Dragon Age Origins isn't the most appropriate thing ever, but there's like a marked difference between, you know, scenes that are risque and something like, I don't know, I'm trying to think. I obviously don't have, you know, Hootie Pop or whatever, but if I did, that'd be a kind of game I'm referencing here. Games that are, like, raunchy and explicit. So a lot of that sex stuff you see on Steam these days. Or things that go into rated M for mature. Stuff like that. That's, like, unsanctioned content. You can't even make content with it. No offense. Those kinds of games are the sort of thing that, you know, if unchecked, there's like a porn addiction or whatever associated with it. Really? Yeah, I thought that had a decent chance of happening. We'll just, head back. Oh yeah, Lost Woods. I have it preserved direction now. Or like the altered exit plan is what it is. Which is really, really nice. Because it means, if I want to get to Kokiri Village from any part of the Lost Woods, I can do that. If I want to keep going in the Lost Woods, I can also do that. And not stuck. Alright, so what are we gonna do? I want to try not to blow up grass if I don't have to, but... Or like anything that isn't a big clump. Well, the rest of this is all gobshite. Yay! Hello, know-it-all brothers. Right, we restored your souls. You exist. You are real. I just did a hard save, just in case. Okay, it's just a soul. Fine. Nothing there either. I'm gonna wait for shield access before I check those. Watch that be, like, the stick, though. Like, those pots will contain a stick of some kind, and then I'll be wishing I had gone back to check those. I'm here. We'll check this one. I can kind of safely ensure its contents. For some reason, some of the Kokiri houses, thank Nintendo for this one, I guess, don't have roofs. They don't have ceilings or whatever. So, thrown pots can just kind of void out all the time. Ah, shiny, shiny, shiny. Music to my ears. Really? That's the soul we get? Cool. I usually don't have access to it during runs. Funny little carpet man. Thinking he's selling a secret. Sometimes, actually, the few times where I have had access to the carpet man, he usually does sell something good. It's just exorbitantly priced at 250 rupees. Go ahead and grab this. I could see a Skulltula token, and I think that's about all that we're gonna get over there. Yuck. Gross, disgusting. Yes, Navi, what's up? Navi, that isn't even correct. There are like 120 known elements. Okay, some of them are in the process of being named, but I'm not gonna let facts get in the way of a good narrative. Yeah. 118 known elements. No, that's correct. What about here? I'll check these. I believe that's all the checks I'll willingly make in here for now. Maybe these rocks have arrows? I'm trying to remember what the contents of these specific rocks are. I'm thinking maybe it's like other rocks. These ones I think are just rupees and hearts. Okay, there's a grass clump out here. Nice. Ah, Shinyville. I'm Carl Sagan 42 if I didn't know it. The YouTuber's name is not Carl Sagan. It's someone else completely. But the YouTube channel was probably named in honor of him. The actual guy behind it is a biologist, if I recall correctly. And he's working on cultivating vaccines through edible plants. Or like that's his ultimate goal. That's what he's trying to do. Okay, we've got the Goron tunic. Well, the Goron tunic is usually a straight-up upgrade compared to the regular tunic, which does nothing other than act as clothes. So we're just gonna put on the Goron tunic, be happy. Okay. Nice. Every little mistake does, in fact, dip into my supply of bomb chews, I'm afraid. Nice. Okay, I think I've gotten a pretty good hang of this. Which is awesome. I love it when a good plan comes together. Trying to remember where the other grass patch is. I'm not gonna grab that right yet. All the bomb chews, even though we've gotten the first drop, they are still labeled essential. I have it that way on purpose, so I know everywhere that is gold, but it's unlikely that I'm getting something. It usually means it's a bomb chew, which means I can rely on it for the purposes of ensuring consistent refills on bomb chews. I have my reasons. I also don't like rolling when I'm on stream. I think the sound probably annoys some people. This is an old game, so I would imagine a lot of people know to roll forward or walk backwards when they want to move fast in this game, but we're just going to take the chest here and not worry about the hive right this second. We've gotten Deku Nuts, but we do not have any sticks yet. Somehow. I look forward to seeing what you guys vote on, and I do check all the votes on things. Like, I check who's reacted to which vote, so I know who to tally up twice. Okay, we got it. We got the Kokiri sword, ladies and gentlemen. mission no longer wasting bomb chews is a go. Or rather, maybe the mission pack everything has started. I don't know. Let's go, let's go make our way over to the fairy fountain. Hyrule Castle is also typically one of the last places I like to go as an adult. Even with the Rainbow Bridge open, I can't, to Ganon's castle, I still can't actually do anything. I just went into the wrong area, because of course I did. Even with Ganon's castle being open, without souls, without the Iron Knuckle, Blue Bubble, and Armos statue souls, I can't even open the front door. And I should also mention that every dungeon in here is Master Quest. I don't have any of the Japanese layouts turned on yet. I need to go read about those before I decide whether I do or don't want them on. But the Japanese layouts are something that's on my radar. I just haven't looked into them yet, that's all. I believe that is a Hylian shield. No, it's... yes? No, that's a hero shield. Yeah, this is the MM shield. That's not an OOT shield. Sadness. Okay. Next up on our list is recheck all the grass piles, and head over to, head back to Kokiri Forest and grab, or Kokiri Village, excuse me, and grab the soul sitting in a grass that I know is there. But not before, you know, eviscerating all grass clumps first. And we should have just enough bomb chews to make everything work. I will need to farm them again for dungeon shenanigans, but I would only need about 15 instead of 20 like I did before. So, what's your favorite randomizer to play? There are several games now that have it, so I'm curious what your overall thoughts on them are, or what you like to play. Lots of my friends I know like the Bloodstained randomizer. I know, that sounds like code for Steven really has no friends, and he's lying out of his ass. No, I do legit have people that like the Bloodstained randomizer, or that especially like the S3, what is it, well, I know it's the Super Metroid Link to the Past randomizer, but it's called something else. Check all the grass. We can check all the grass in the grottos too. I don't want to forget that. Nice. Silver rupee pouches. I have everything in key rings and pouches, by the way. So we're not, like, hunting for 50,000 keys in clumps and everything. We can actually just... We got keys to the place as soon as we get a pouch or a key ring. Ooh, we can also check the Gerudo Fortress sparkly spots. the wonder items, because a lot of the only 2 of them need the hook shot. The rest are all bow triggered, and we only really need the hook shot to get access to a couple of the spots anyway. Which, if we have hook shot, pretty much everything's a go. Everything's coming up coin. Absolutely everything. So nice to be able to pop into this and actually grab items. There's all the tunics. There's the light arrows. Nope. I think I better leave this alone until we have more bomb chews. Or we come back with the hook shot or boomerang. Either one of those are also like perfectly capable of taking out the hives. And if Majora's Mask forms ever get popped over here, specifically the Zora form, which I don't think it will. The skeleton meshes are too different compared to Oots. I'm pretty sure there's also code that's different. That's too different between Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Plus, that would kind of be a big no-no, as far as I understand it. Plus, I don't even know if it's possible. At the end of the day, the Zora boomerang flipper things would be the ones to break hives. Might as well go back over to the fortress while we're here. Then we can jump into the river and get everything else. I should be able to stream this weekend, as far as I know. Now, it probably goes without saying, but I'm just gonna get it out of the way anyway. I do have an uncle that is dying on my father's side of the family. He is terminally ill with cancer, and fluid is filling up his stomach and every other part of his body at an alarming, well, every other cavity, that is, at an alarmingly rapid rate. So, at some point, I will just have to check out and, you know, go help my folks with a funeral, among other things. That's gonna be coming this year, or maybe at the beginning of 2025, but it will be coming. I'm just putting that out there so that, people are aware. Please keep my uncle in your thoughts and prayers, in your meditative psalms at the start of the day, whatever you do to awaken yourself to the spiritual world, or otherwise just what you do to trance out for a while. Please keep him in your thoughts. That was a criminally done bow firing. I tried to do that one-handed and it didn't work, not surprisingly. There is actually a wonder item here in this soup. I'm pretty sure it's a brown one. Yeah, I can see it. And without the Goron tunic, you start boiling immediately, so just watch out for that. But all I'm saying is, you know, I will have to at some point, you know, just be absent for a bit while I go process all the funeral arrangements and everything. I mean, my dad should really be taking care of that for the most part, but there might be times where I need to assist with this or that, and I want to be ready for it. Please know that my thoughts and prayers, both, I do both, go out to your families in these trying times. As I know many people are also, they also have a loved one that is dealing with cancer, and I know it's not easy. Or, you know, just any terminal illness. Processing death is never something anyone wants to do unless there are things wrong with you. You can have a fascination with death and remain in the realm of reasonable and not jump over to the realm of macabre. It doesn't have to enter the territory of strange or the kingdom of insanity. Why do you think people become morticians? There are useful things to be gleaned from death. Morticians are paid semi-decently. All you have to do is file a report. Actually, I think that's a coroner now that I'm thinking on it a little bit more. Either way, all you need to do is get a biology degree or a medical degree. Offer yourself up to the government for service. Hope there's a coroner's office or a mortician's morgue, or some other kind of crematorium sort of site, and work there and fill out a bunch of paperwork, which is really what a lot of STEM people do on a day-to-day basis. Not everyone is you know, actually doing the science. Some people are writing the science so that other people can continue doing the science. Some people are also teaching the science, which means writing the science, so that other people can do the science. Nice. Now we'll take a jump into the river. You know, if there was anything... I wish for a lot of things all the time. Most of those wishes don't get granted. If there was any in 2025 that I want granted, it's two things. Some means to clear up my debts, and getting a bunch of friends together to do the Metroid Prime trilogy on Google Translate. That's really what I want. It's just time to sit with friends and laugh at the absurdity. The Metroid Prime Google Translate is like the funniest stuff you'll ever hear or read or see about. I highly recommend the Shy Guy Express for all of your needs on that. He goes by, I'm pretty sure it's Metroid MST, something like that. He's a Super Metroid speedrunner that also runs other stuff as well. And, while it's been over quite some time since there's been, like, fresh faces doing Metroid Prime Google Translate, something artfully done by KK0, the author of the Translate trilogy, so to speak. Ooh, hello. We just got the Deku Stick upgrade. Really awesome. So now we can go back, we can make another loop through the grottos and grab, we can grab the butterflies. Most of it is like heart pieces or fairies, like stray fairies, but that is at least something. Only thing we gotta do here for now is just grab... Gotta grab grass over there. Nice. Also, what do we get? Kojiro, the claim chat. That's it for now. Just taking a second to kind of like rest my throat and you know, rest my eyes a minute. Ooh, actually, we could repeat our lap now. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Wanted to make sure I didn't catch you guys with my coughing. Nothing to do here, but get out and check the grottos. And there's a fairy fountain out here. There's actually one in here too, but we can't open that one until we have the Song of Storms. Nice slip of the hand, Link. Let's go through the fairy fountain first. Yes, Navi, what's up? A winner is me, while a loser is you. Anything good in here? An enemy soul? Redeads and Gibdos. That doesn't really buy us much. Now, if it were MM's, Gibdos, and Redeads, that would get us a lot more, but... there's like a single grotto this like opens up overworld. It does unlock some puzzles and certain dungeons, certain Master Quest dungeons. Spirit Temple and Shadow Temple come to mind, but... I'm not exactly sure if I want to be wasting a bomb tree. I guess we can always grind more. Okay, butterfly's not worth grabbing. There's a Skulltula over there. Just not really worth our time without it, or without a way to get over there. Our jump won't let us get over there, by the way. Goodness, I'm sorry, guys. Not used to this schedule. I normally be napping it up right now. Oh well. Gotta stay focused, right? Also, tiring is tiring. Talking is tiring. It's not the same level of effort as like running for 1 hour or something, or 30 minutes or whatever, but if you gotta run a lot, of course you're gonna get tired. But if you talk for a really long time, you can build up a tolerance to it, but you might be surprised at what tuckers you out. Of course, my stamina is not the best either, so, you know. Weak, pathetic man talking about talking being tiring. And there are plenty of people who say, what the heck, dude? Just tough it out. I feel like it's like 2024, 2025 is everyone's in the tough it out mood. Everyone's tired of the complaining and tired of the sharing of feelings. And you know, several world conflicts are bubbling over. Thanks to Biden's bumbling idiocy, which admittedly was caused by Russia in the first place, but giving Ukraine the ability to strike targets in Russia at long range is like a whole different level of worms compared to just giving the tools they need to fight a defensive war. Long-range missiles are usually an offensive war, so there's that conflict. You've got the travesty that is the Israeli government, like, ground-pounding the Palestinians into oblivion. We have that. We have the Tigrayan and Ethiopian civil war. We have that. We have the occasional skirmishes from between Pakistan and India. I want to say those are the two. There's a couple of other ones as well. There's also India and China, which got into like a border skirmish not that long ago, maybe at the beginning or middle of this year. Something along those lines. There are 3 pots in the house. That's what I'm looking for. That right there. Didn't we already come here and grab that, though? What else? You have factions of all sorts lining up to try to take their slice of the globe. You have white supremacists and BLM BIPOC movements. You've got cis and trans, straight LGBT. You have West versus East. It's an era of distrust. There's a game that talks about this, not in quite those grave terms, but it does talk about it. It's called Solasta, Crown of the Magister, in which everyone was bickering over the incoming threat, and people just couldn't put aside their bickering to do the right thing in one way or another. It's awful. So it seems like in the process of good versus evil, we have every other interest group out there fighting with its juxtaposed, like, opposition group. It's just gross. Really gross. Like, I wish, I wish people would realize what the bigger picture is. Everyone keeps talking about walking and chewing gum. You know, being able to talk and walk at the same time. In case, you know, biological and psychological studies haven't made this clear. Humans are abundantly bad multitaskers. Like, we actually can't do it. Like, yeah, we can talk and walk, because we can already walk without thinking. We don't need to spend mental energy on it. But when people are talking about walking and talking, or talking and blowing bubble gum at the same time or whatever, they're talking about political policy. Which, no, we can't. At least here in the US. I wish politicians would realize their ineptitude and just say, no, we can't. We need to handle issues one at a time, because having a bunch of different committees draft plans on things clearly isn't working. Or it'll work, get to a certain stage, and then it stops working or never worked in the first place. Yeah, still, gross. Maybe it's time for people to stop talking and chewing and blowing bubble gum at the same time. And just talk or chew, just talk or blow bubble gum, not both. And I imagine for the rest of the world it's the same thing. You know, maybe it's time people focused on one problem at a time instead of literally trying to handle an array of them all at the same time. You know, handle those problems enough for a stopgap, but then go one at a time. Realize when you can't multitask and stop doing it. Well, which is to say, all the time. So people should really not be multitasking, like, ever, at all. And again, to anyone that says, you can multitask, no, you're not. You're focusing on something that you care about, that actually matters, and you're doing some autonomous task that requires no thought whatsoever. And if you want to be a contrarian, say, well, of course, you know, I do X, Y, and Z at work all the time. Of course there's multitasking. You have been trained. You have been trained to do that. That certain things are just supposed to be autonomous and require no thought. You do it because that's your job at work. I promise you, if you weren't doing that, if you weren't trained, you would be thinking about things. Pretty sure we already slashed this grab. No, we have not. Good. As soon as we get the Master Sword or the ability to move between games, MM is going to be a major power player this time. I am looking forward to MM when we actually get to that section of it. What was I saying? Because I had to do something to keep my sanity. What else? What else do I need to do? We have 5 hearts, but we don't need the hearts anymore because Koron Tunic. Maybe now is the time that we make another trip over to the Death Mountain Crater, farm some bomb chews, and go do dungeon stuff. Yeah, I think that's about what it's time for. You know, somewhere in one of these dungeons, I'm hoping we'll find the Master Sword, or again, the Ocarina with the Song of Soaring, and enough activated statues, which are also shuffled in, by the way. Oh, and I guess also we still have to check the rock maze. We still need to technically do that. But way down, or the way up is easy. The way down is more difficult. You know, that all of those are like manufactured conflicts. This isn't counting global warming, other climate change, pollution, overpopulation, underpopulation, elderly capacity problems, or what we call the retirement problem, in the western half of the hemisphere, plus Japan and a few other developed centers. That's not counting all of the natural disasters, hurricanes, tornadoes, flooding, blizzards, tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, beyond the normal. It's not counting any of those. It's not counting a bunch of other stuff. So today, I guess today's world is just dangerous. It's a dangerous time to live. And nobody is really wanting kids right now either. Like, parenting is something else that's on my brain, because I do want kids. I would like to adopt kids, because I'm not sure of my marriage prospects and everything, but I know I can at least get employed enough, work hard enough, work long enough, that I can sire children and help them to help me leave this world a little better than I found it, a little bit better than it currently is. I think that's the thing people don't think about. Yeah, it sucks to raise kids in this environment. It does. It absolutely does. But why are we waiting? We can't wait as a species to fix the system. Many of us will die before that happens. And meanwhile, the rich and wealthy are going to be busy perfecting the science to turn them into a lich. You know, a immortal undead being capable of wielding magic. In this case, I'm just referring to it in the metaphorical sense. You know, it's these all-powerful, think they know way better than us people who want to shape the events of the world and want to have us as cattle, like disposable chaff. Yuck. Gross yikes. So, I get it. There are lots of reasons not to raise kids, and I do not begrudge anyone for their choice in choosing to have, to adopt, to raise kids, or be childless. As certain weird people in certain political persuasions might like to use this word. I think I hit it a little too on the nose, Coin. I think I hit it a little too on the nose. People know what I'm talking about. Anyway, nice. I would really like 5 more of these, please. They got a bomb maze. We're gonna lose 4 of them right to this nonsense. World's just a dark place, but kids have lived through dark history before. That's not to say they should live through these dark times. They shouldn't. No one should have to live through them. That's why it's so important that we work on fixing things. But what does that look like in a modern era? You know, where governments have enough power to annihilate people pretty much just on the spot. What does that look like? Is the ballot box enough? No, probably not. How do you think Gandhi had his revolution? How do you think he ensured its success? No, it's gonna take persuasive methods of all kinds to make this world a better place, really and truly. But the whole point, at least in my eyes, and this is kind of the justification I have for people who do or should have kids, and why there's a reason to have children, it's so that you can pass on your ideas. I heard a whistle. That's probably the person next door. I need to go address them. I will be right back. Sorry about that, folks. I am back, and I am gonna go ahead and take my break here, but before I do, I just wanted to thank everybody for, watching with me and hanging out in chat, especially, or even if you're lurking, I really do appreciate it. I've already told you about following and subscribing, but did you know that there are, benefits packages? If you would like to financially support me in particular, for you guys on Twitch, there's a tier 1 subscription. That's probably the best bang for your buck. Gets you emotes, gets you priority multiplayer queues, gets you collaborative privileges with me if I've got the money to make collaboration work. And you've got a tier 1 subscription, I'm more likely to do it. I'm more likely to meet you halfway, instead of just saying, well, I need to look at my library and this is what I do and don't have. It also cuts out ads. For $6 a month, that's a pretty good deal. As for you guys on YouTube, and I guess for you guys on Twitch too, if you look in the About Me section on Twitch, or if you look in the description on YouTube, I have a Linktree link for those of you in YouTube. Just click on that, and it'll take you to Ko-fi and Patreon. It should be relatively straightforward. The Linktree link is relatively clean. Most things are icons, so just click on the familiar icons and go to work. For those of you on Twitch, there are actually 2 ways to access this. I have a Linktree link in my profile somewhere. Should be right below the stream, right before you get to all the panels. In the donate section or panel, there are also hard links to each one of those separate sites. If you like my content enough to donate, I greatly appreciate it. Or like tip or whatever. If not, I don't blame you. Money's tight. Did I turn on the setting that makes the grass into checks? Hey there, Soaring Wyvern. It's been a long time. I'm glad to see you. Welcome, welcome. I was just about to go on break, but to answer your question, yes, I did. I have Ocarina of Time grass shuffled. I have Majora's Mask grass shuffled. Yes, the grass shuffle is like the best shuffle. I also have hives, barrels, snowballs, and butterflies. I have so many checks in here. I want to say the total, if you have everything, is like 4,000 checks. I'm pretty sure, or pretty close to it. We're going to be working on this seed for a while until our content voting has finished, and then I'll be on to something else. But I want to at least show people why I play Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask combo rando. How are you doing today, good sir? How are your health and spirits? Definitely want to make sure I've asked that question before I take my break. And while I'm waiting on that, I do want to remind people that I do take breaks about every hour or so. I take them 5 minutes at a time. I run 90 seconds of commercial ads. We'll just say today is a work in progress. I hear ya. I hope the work in progress has a decent resolution. Yeah, I hear you. Not here to bring down the vibes. I get you. If you need to vent and talk about real things, I'm more than happy to hear you out. If you want to keep that to yourself, that's also your prerogative. I'm here to be everyone's listening ear. That said, I'm more than willing to come back and continue discussion in just a minute. I do want to go ahead and get the commercial break out of the way. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I greatly appreciate it. I look forward to entertaining you guys right after this commercial break. Thank you. believe I am back a little bit early from break. Hopefully everybody got a chance to get what they wanted out of the 4 to 5 minutes I've spent away from my desk. Whether that's a stretch break or sitting through the ads, sometimes I find little nuggets to listen to in ad breaks. Mostly ridiculous, ludicrous things. But still, you can find value in anything if you try hard enough. Except maybe literal abject shredded garbage. Sorry, that's Craftsman's Fallout brain, like Fallout 4 brain for you, where almost everything that I mod into the games that I play has value, or I mod everything to have value. One of those two things. Thank you again so much for hanging out here with me. Now, where were we? Bombing farming bomb chews. Holy Christ and crackers. So I can't promise today's vibes will be good, as I've already tread down some dark rabbit holes today, but I'm gonna do my best to prevent myself from going down those dark rabbit holes a second time. They're not fun places to be. Yeah, between Halloween and the election, I was not a happy camper. And that's about as much as I'm gonna say. I've already made vlogs about the subject. And speaking of, I owe you guys a vlog. Vlog number 3 is very much in the priority queue of things to make content for. I just need to actually sit down and compose my thoughts and get them published. And unlike, previous vlog series I've started, I actually edit these. So I get rid of the more egregious pauses. Of course, I've adopted a little bit of a dogma on editing vlogs. I leave in a couple of pauses to prove I'm human. Because people can use AI algorithms these days in order to edit videos. Ali Eldrazi is a good example of this. He's a Magic the Gathering content creator who works really hard on the content he makes. But in order for him to pump it out like he does, he needs to use an AI algorithm in order to help him do that. Or else an algorithm powered by machine learning, which cuts out every single pause known to man with jarring jump cuts in the middle. So if I want to prove I'm human and I'm not using machines to help me, then I leave in some pauses for dramatic effect. That's all. I'm trying to think if there's any other clumps of grass I want to go cut. Let's just take a quick assessment of what we have. We have bow, nuts, bomb chews, pocket cuckoo. We don't have Andrew's soul, so we can't turn any of that in. We've got the fairy bow, 2 magic spells, all the tunics, a Kokiri sword. We can go take a look at the Skulltula rewards before doing some dungeon hopping. Because that is next up on the menu is dungeon hopping. We've done all the checks we can do without access to hook shot and many souls. I'm gonna hope that the Master Sword is among the dungeons that we can do. Well, Soaring, if you're still here, my good sir, how are things in OB10 going? I do look, so I see like general conversations, but to be honest, I'm so swamped with making content that I don't pay that much attention. I probably should, seeing as how I still post frequent stream postings to the Discord. Quite a bit of activity. Yeah, I've seen some of the alerts, but if there are new, fresh faces... Aniv. Hey, mobile users, do you have the update, Aniv? No. Don't mind Aniv. For those who don't know Aniv, Aniv is a Markov algorithm AI chatbot that has been trained off of the Super Metroid speedrunning community data. You see it in channels like Oats and Goats or Emmet all the time. Aniv can be Aniv can be in up to 100 chat rooms simultaneously at a given time. And between the training data and what it uses, at a rate I specify, it will begin making comments. If people are being chatty, Aniv will be chatty and say some random stuff. If people are being trolls, Aniv might try to troll people. If the communities Aniv is in spam emotes a lot, well, Aniv's gonna do that too. Aniv has said some saucy things. I have banned and purged it before, temporarily. But I don't quite hold Aniv to the same standards as other users, just because it's an AI algorithm. It knows not what it says. It's literally picking things at random to say, or synthesizing random things to say. But I promise, if it says a slur, or... You think they would try to keep it from getting people banned? Wait a sec. You think they'd try to keep it from getting people banned? Oh, no. I don't mean getting people banned. I mean Aniv itself. Like, Aniv has said saucy things in here before. I'm gesturing with my hands like that helps you. In this chat before, and I've timed it out for like a full 10 minutes. So I'm hoping I'm parsing your sentence correctly. It sounds like I'm not. I'm not sure what update you think people are gonna have. Aniv, Apple, Android, iOS, whatever, but people probably don't have the update. They let their phones do that. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Have we checked pots? I'm trying to remember if we went in here and should actually check Temple of Time and the Poe Collector's House. I don't think we've done that yet. Let's do that. It's the last bastion of things to do before we go dungeon crawling. It's a complete crapshoot. I guess it's not a total waste. What? Okay, it's a silver ruby pouch. Fine. I concede. The silver ruby pouch at least is at least something useful. Because we have the skeleton key for Majora's Mask. So if it was a key ring for one of those dungeons, that was going to be a gigantic waste of time. Pretty much just that if people... Okay, I didn't parse your sentence correctly. Good. Thank you for clarifying that, Soaring. Pretty much just that if people don't moderate their chat, they can get in trouble for it. So one would assume that an AI designed to chat on the platform would try not to make people moderate it. Yeah, it's not like Aniv hasn't outright said any slurs. Like, I assume its training data is still being modulated accordingly, but... You know, it has added people and said, you know, generic, insulty, feel-bad things. And I've timed it out. Or if Aniv is being annoying and saying too much random gobbledygook, I'll also time it out. Because I'm such a small channel, I don't really have to worry about it. There are many days where it's quiet, for obvious reasons that I don't need to alliterate further on. Elaborate on further, but can I add it? Will it respond? I don't think it will. I think it's purely based on how many sentences are in the chat. You can try though. I've seen people add a niv all the time, but I don't think it responds back. I have it set to go off every 10 to 15 sentences, interpolated and determined at random. We'll see. A niv, do you feel like being saucy today, good sir? Good compeer. Do you feel like telling our good chap Soaring a joke? I think the abject chat room silence speaks volumes. I would have to have a different bot set up to do that. I could even set up the fire bot that I'm running to, you know, spit out jokes. But this requires me, one, being funny, or two, getting a joke bank to throw in, and that's time I would have to spend doing that. I wouldn't mind doing that, but I would have to find a joke bank that people aren't going to go, lol, cringe, Omega cringe lord, meme trash joke. Like, I need to find a joke bank that doesn't do that. Yeah, see, we're hoping for AI-generated jokes just to see what would happen. It would be a cross between a dad joke and a Google translated joke, for sure. That would be funny. So, shift in subject. Since you've commented, Soaring, about the grass shuffle, I assume you are a fine purveyor of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask combo, Rando. Do you play it in your spare time, or is it one of those I know the thing but don't touch it? Just curious, of course. And I never ask questions that I don't answer myself. So for those who haven't been here before, I play through these in my spare time, which is to say a lot. You've done it a few times? Cool. You're not a complete stranger then. You know what I'm generally trying to do in all these. I mostly do Metroid Prime Rando, though. Ooh. Yeah, I was talking about Metroid Prime earlier. I mentioned before that one of the things I wanted to do in 2025 is get a bunch of people together for Metroid Prime Trilogy Google Translated. Just have a bunch of people all in voice call together, and we just take an hour or two and, like, I guess if I'm doing it, I'm probably the one playing, which is fine. I've beaten Metroid Prime before. I know what I'm doing. And we just laugh at the random translated gobbledygook together. That's mostly it. But Metroid Prime Rando does sound interesting. I've seen it once or twice. I'm pretty sure it's limited to the original or the Wii trilogy, right? There's not a Metroid Prime remastered Rando. Would I be correct on that? For those who don't know what I'm doing, they are working on remastered. Okay, cool. Nice. It's gonna be a while, of course, because it's Switch console modding or Switch software modding. I would definitely expect that to take a while. I look forward to it. I also look forward to the day when more of the Metroid Prime stuff, like, I'm hoping Remaster, at some point when the tools get there, does get released to the remaster. That would be really good. Because then people would definitely be inclined to try it again. As I understand it, the devs don't want to release it until they get it close to the same level as the GameCube version. Makes sense. Makes sense, and no doubt they're also trying to keep an eye on what Nintendo is doing with consumers and companies in the meantime. Nintendo has been pretty sue-happy this year, some of which I can't blame it for, and other things are like, this is just clear abject bullying. And for anyone who perhaps might be wondering, I don't really have an opinion on the whole Pal World thing. I guess the most I could say is that the Pal World devs kind of knew. They might not have known the level of suing, but I will say they probably should have expected some kind of response from Nintendo beyond a slap on the wrist, right? Their company. That's about as much as I really have to say. Yeah, they don't deserve an L, but I will. They flew too close to the sun, I think is what I will say. I believe I've heard people say it that way on Reddit and elsewhere. Pocket Pair flew too close to the sun, and now they're getting scorched by it. They were very clearly in your face with the design choices. Yep. Choices. Gorsh. I don't know what my mouth was doing when I tried to say choices the first time. So I just leaned into that for a second. And Nev, well, at least we made you laugh. Just a quick goofy impression. Right, clearly. I think I have gotten a little bit better with my witticisms over the years, but I also feel like I've definitely gotten worse at streaming at the same exact time. COVID brain will do that to you. Well, I hope I'm at least making the day a little bit better for you, Soaring. And for anyone else for that matter. Because I know this world's a dark, dreary place. And I guess I'll be clear. I am not a Markiplier. I need to get rid of that timer. Please ignore that timer. Those commands are disabled. I apparently forgot to shut it off. That is a Stream Elements timer. My god, I need to go interface with that. Anyway, I'm certainly not the funny channel. I am very much a, you know, if something's on your mind and people want to talk about it, people feel up to talking about it, or we want to talk about real things, then I want this channel to be a place for that. But I also don't want us to be inured by it either. I'm trying to run a good balance between those two things, and that's hard. Not because I don't want to do it or anything, or I find it difficult, it's just, you know, corporate world stuff, right? Kind of hard to get sponsors if you're talking about things like COVID-19 or, you know, people suiciding themselves for one reason or another. I knew it. Didn't I call it, chat? I believe I called it. I said we were gonna find the Master Sword in a dungeon. And lo and behold, the very first dungeon we check is Master Sword. God, comma, I need to be very clear about that one. Comma, damn. Do I know? I know my OoTMM randomizer. I know it well. I might not be a speedrunner. I might not know all the tricks. But I do know enough of the basics to make basic calls. Hot. Absolutely hot. That put a little pep in my step. Yeah, returning back to the Pocket Pair thing. It was inevitable they were going to run into a dev that was not going to take to their antics too kindly. I just hope that Nintendo also doesn't get what it wants either. Like, the things that are said in those patents, like, I've actually watched some content related to the patents, and, my god, World of Warcraft or, you know, like, any MMO developer could run into problems with this. Like, even, especially World of Warcraft, because of the whole Battle Pet thing. Battle Pets was clearly a Pokemon-inspired, inspired feature added to the game. Now, is it the same? No.
mean, you can battle the pets out in the wild, but there are also just so many other ways to get them, it's not funny. It's not the only way to get them. Then again, you don't always just battle Pokemon to get them either. Like, what do we allow, as a society, what do we allow game companies to make patents for? You could have copyright related to, like, the IP, or IP infringement, but mechanical infringement? Like, come on. That's a bit much. Nice. I was wondering when we were going to get our first mask, and we found it. Now, I believe we can adult dungeon this up a lot. Also, I guess thanks for identifying the impression, because I'm generally very bad at those. COVID brain plus nose constantly stuffy plus constant thick mucus in my throat for one reason or another means I'm very bad at doing impressions just generally. I don't have a clear throat for all those things. So it's nice when someone can just identify what I'm doing. Thank you. Let's go ahead and make this part easier for ourselves. This is why I have the child dungeons open, so I can do stuff like this, where we can, you know, set ourselves up for the child section. What else can I probably get away with talking about today? I suppose before I talk about anything else, I do want to remind everybody that we are in the process of voting on future content, so this is not something I normally do. I mean, I've done randomizers like Ocarina of Time randomizer on this channel before. In fact, I believe Soaring Wyvern was here during one of the clips. So that's a piece of history I can say I have. But, it's not something I generally do. I'm not a channel known for that, for randomizers like this. I'm usually I'm either an off-again, on-again challenge runner, or I'm into like action RPGs or action platformers or action adventure games, something along those lines. I've even had the occasional MMO in here. That's the kind of content I focus on, is this. Let me shift over. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Just perfect. We just finished Steelrising, a Souls-like that's Bloodborne inspired and is set in an alternate universe France, and it has multiple endings. We just finished one of the endings. We beat New Game. I need a break from Steelrising. Additionally, I have to go back to the drawing board and think about which ending I'm supposed to get, because I was gaming for the Robespierre ending. You know, the Jacobite ending. But I got Mirabeau instead, which is the alternate loyalist ending, which is you do everything but you expose Marquis de Lafayette. You expose his plotting so he can't serve as regent. Mirabeau has to do that. That threw me for a loop. I was very surprised to get that ending. I was gaming so hard for Robespierre, so I have to look up exactly what I need to do to ensure it. And that might be a process best done over recording. Of course, if people vote for me to continue that on stream, I'll own up and do it on stream, exactly like I had originally promised. I just want to give people a chance to steer the ship in a different direction, so to speak. And the only way you can do that, only way I know to do that, is to put it to a vote, my senators and inductees. Put it to a bloody vote. Let's vote on it. If you guys want to vote on this, and it's free to join, anybody can join the Discord. Please come on in. It's a nice, quiet server. You can even mute it. Just, I don't recommend that you mute it, because then you won't be able to vote very well, but I'm going to go ahead and put this out here for everybody again. Also, Twitch, say hi to YouTube if you feel like it. We are multi-streaming. It's free to join. Everyone can cast their votes while they're here. We have 48 hours, basically. Well, maybe not quite 48. We have a little more than that. But I do have a deadline for the vote. Let me just shift this over a little bit. We do have a deadline for the 24th at 10 p.m. So that's a 72-hour period from yesterday. We are maybe not quite 60, 56 hours from that deadline. If you want your chance to influence some options, let me shift over real quick. So if I look here, we've got lots of options. I'm going to shift over. I'm going to be out of view of the webcam for a second. Oh, yeah, for just a second while I show this. If we look, I have two sets of questions. We're doing some plural choice voting right now. Let me see if I can't change the user settings, like the UI or something. Be the appearance, wouldn't it? Okay, this will be a little bit better for viewing. So if we look, I have right up here, we have 10 options. All of these options up here are begin a new game or continue what our general plan was. Down here, I have, you know, the go back and finish something vote. We're voting for all of these together. If you guys want your say in being able to vote on this stuff, I really, really recommend that you come join the Discord and vote. The voting only happens on this Discord. Yeah, the voting only happens on this Discord, nowhere else. So I'm telling people on YouTube about it. I'm telling people on Twitch about it. But that's it. And of course, you know, anyone on Patreon and Coffee as well, although I really don't have a following on those platforms. You know, they know I produce mainline content here on Twitch and on YouTube. But if you want your chance to shape things on this channel, you can do it for free by joining the Discord. And then just coming over to the voting on content block, and we'll, you know, I count up all the votes on deadline. You guys have until 10 p.m. Yes, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on 11/24/24 to get all of your votes in. And I have a bevy of options to choose from. I think I've said the same thing twice. I just wanted to point out that, you know, I made sure that you guys actually had good reasons to vote. And you know, there's one vote on there that says Streamer's Choice. If you want to empower me to make my own decision, I will. I absolutely will do that. We already have one person voting so far. So if you don't want one person or two people steering the ship, go vote for yourselves. You don't even have to vote for the plural option, like we're doing plural choice voting right now. You guys can wait until the straw poll, which will happen after the 24th. Right after deadline, I'll make a new post that says, okay, yeah, we got this we're gonna make a straw poll. Come actually lock in what your choice is. I have a good feeling I know, if the options don't change, I have a good feeling I know what I'm gonna be asked to do, but this is fine. Again, that's the whole purpose of having this benefit for you guys, so that it's not just me. You guys have a chance to shape the content for yourselves. And you don't necessarily have to pay in to do it. Now, all that said, I have one request, just one. Please, if you've got friends or family that generally like RPG content of multiple kinds, tell them about this place. Have them come in and follow and all that good stuff. It helps me. It also helps them. Because if they want to see something in my lineup of games or something, I can make that happen. I can make that happen. Which is just fantastic. I love entertaining people. Of course, I don't like doing it on the spot. Streaming is not necessarily the easiest task in the world for me, but I love doing it. And I feel rewarded, personally, on a deep level, when I can stream something that everyone else will enjoy. It's not just me going, ooh, ah, oh, at the game all the time, or commenting about a random thing I find interesting. It's, oh, we can have a conversation about it. We can have a full bloody conversation about Gale Lick Spider, or, minor, very, very minor, Baldur's Gate 3 spoilers, I know. Or we can have, hello Memo Ghost, welcome to the stream, how are you doing? Good to see ya. Hope you enjoy your stay. You came in on the tail end of a conversation about me selling the voting benefits. The voting benefits for the stream. I was just mentioning that we do content voting here. I recently completed Steelrising, and we are figuring out what to do next. Hopefully your health and spirits are doing good today. And if not, I'm more than eager to listen and try to do something to improve those, if I can. Am a viewer from 5 years ago? It's been a long time. Sorry, I'm horrid with names, but I am glad you're back. Memo Ghost, Beetlejuice, sorry, just have to get that out of my system. Trying to think from what, 5 years ago, that would put me, that's like the Xenoblade Chronicles 2 era, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that would have been during my college years. Regardless, welcome back. Glad you could return. As you can see, I think you don't remember it. I don't. I'm trying so hard, but to be honest, these last couple of years has been, or maybe even several years. It's been a wild ride. How have you been? If you don't mind my asking, don't tell me things you're uncomfortable talking about, please. I want to make sure I'm not causing you pain. Talk about whatever you want, of course, but I'm just putting that advisement out there. Sorry, say again? Oh, just, how have things been for you, Memo Ghost? Have your health and spirits, or body and mind, generally been doing well? A general check-in, I guess, is what I'm asking for. And I forgot something. I forgot to bring a lit stick in here. So now I need to reset the game to do that. Kinda sucks, but you've survived, you guess? Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you survived. So, yeah, life marches on, right? That's the only thing we can be sure about, is that life marches on, and it's up to us to navigate our way through it, right? These last 2 months, I know that feeling more than anything now. Helene took me out for Hurricane Helene, excuse me, took me out for over a month. It took me a month to get my internet and, like, other stuff back. Which I was quite poised to be doing this or that, and then just, it's like my life got reset a little bit, and not in a good way either. But I'm not here to opine about my own problems. I'm just saying it's been a rough ride. How's it going for me? Hey there, CJOTR. Might be CJ Otter on YouTube. Welcome. Glad you could make it to the YouTube stream. How are you doing today, good sir and/or madam? How's the life with you? Don't mind a Niv, by the way. A Niv is an AI algorithm chatbot that is here to keep me company. And a Niv says random things. It's trained off of the Super Metroid speedrunning community, Oats and Goats and the like. So it really truly says kooky stuff. But how is life with me? Okay. Let's see. As of this month, I'm aware of the cost of getting a US passport. It's not cheap, but it is something I'll be working towards. It's just good to have one. I've never had a passport before. What else? Last week I was at a US veteran support group meeting where we basically had like a Thanksgiving dinner together and talked about the future of the organization and everything. You know, it's what every ancillary or auxiliary group does when it wants to determine things like membership or activities, or et cetera, et cetera. It's just basic stuff. What else? Hope everything goes well for you. Thanks. And likewise. I realize you said that it sucks, but I hope I believe that things will get better for you. Not just hope, but believe. Even if the world wants to disagree with me on that, I'm gonna choose to believe otherwise. Because otherwise, what's the bloody point? Can't spend all our time in negativity. It's important to acknowledge the negative, but you don't want to be mired in it. You don't want to mire yourself or surround yourself in misery. It's awful. I remember when I was a lad in high school. When I was in high school, I was a nihilist. I was like a shallow, petty nihilist. I wouldn't classify my high school self as a true nihilist. Am I gonna have to focus on getting this bloody torch across the finish line? I might. I'm gonna finish what I have to say first then. Where life kinda has no intrinsic value. That's how I would best describe nihilism to strangers. Life is what you make of it and nothing else. There's no higher purpose. You make your purpose. That is the higher purpose. That's what I would say now. I wouldn't have said that back then. And surrounding yourself with the abject notion of what's the point in living? I care if I die. I don't want to die, but I don't care about living either. That sucks. That is awful for a high school kid. It's awful for anyone. Obviously I'm not that now. I've grown past my nihilistic stage, but it is something I think about. I thought the world sucked then, and then I got older, became more mature. I re-examined my notions and found them to be wrong and changed them for the better. It took some help, but I was able to do it. So even though this world sucks, everyone, you guys should do your best to remember the positives. We're all human. We all bleed. With enough convincing, anyone can be made to feel. And with enough convincing, we can remind those in power of their own humanity. We can remind them that maybe they shouldn't make laws that they would like to become victim to themselves, etc., etc. Not just think that the world will be better, but try to do things to make it better. I'm gonna go ahead and reset this again. Yeah. Sure, life will slap you silly, but you can get over it. Yeah, more or less. Deaden your nerves and all that. Or do whatever you have to do to survive. Exactly. That's a good way to put it. Do what you have to do to survive. No one else is going to do it for you. You have to put in the work, sweat, and tears yourself. And if you see someone struggling, help them as much as you can. This, in the modern information era, I really truly do believe it's going to test people's humanity and push it to its limit. We're going to find out who the fakes walking around in human skin, who the shapeshifters are. That's what we're going to find out in the year of 2025. No matter which side of the political aisle or geopolitical aisle you sit on, no matter what's going wrong or right, this year will be the year to find out who your friends are, who your enemies are, and who are the ne'er-do-wells skulking in the background. You still good and haven't changed in 5 years? No. I guess I'm the same old pontificating person I always was. Maybe I'm just a little bit more bitter than before. A little bit more disenfranchised than I was before. Perhaps a little more miserable than I was before. You still have your advices? I mean, I guess I do, yeah, but it's... I want to be clear. I'm doing the Obama thing, aren't I? I'm saying clear all the time. Although I think he uses crystal when he wants to be absolutely sure of what he's saying. Let me reframe what I'm saying, just to not run into YouTube tropes or whatever. I am a human being. Please don't take my advice to heart as good, pure, honest advice. Think about issues for yourself. Come to your own conclusions on things. Don't take my advice as gospel. It is not gospel. It is not. It's just my perspective, and that's what I have, for better or worse. Just wanted to get that disclaimer out. If I give advice that seems really hard to accomplish for one reason or another, or my advice is disagreeable in some retrospect, just wanted to get that out there. Many people give advice. Few people are good at actually giving advice, and good advice at that. So let me see. Let me try to dial back the metaphysical conversations a bit. Let me also shift to the left again. Where have I been gaming-wise? We beat Steelrising. Before that, we beat Lies of P. Awesome game. Love Lies of P. We got a DNR, or no, a DNF, excuse me. A DNF on an Elden Ring Reforged challenge run. What about before that? Trying to remember before. I think before that was COVID. Yeah, Lies of P is an awesome game. You loved it? Awesome. Even with Lysacia, you know, the hardest boss in all of Lies of P, once I got used to her, with all the post-patching and everything, it wasn't that bad. The rest of the bosses are kind of like, well, once you figure out the weakness and you've got the right, you know, the right elemental damage output, there's really not much that can go that wrong. Although I'm a Soulsborne and Souls-like veteran, so me saying that is a little bit rich. I remember you played Neo like 5 years ago. Yeah. Neo is not quite is a pseudo Souls-like, but yeah, I remember. I finished it. Yeah, I did finish it. I beat the main game and all the DLC. I even tried to do a Let's Play out of it after the fact. Didn't work out too great. Maybe after I finish all my current Let's Plays, you know, I can revisit Neo and try to do it better. Do it better than I did before. Speaking of, for those who maybe have not been here for a long time, I want to show you something. I'm gonna slip out of view of the webcam for a minute, that way. And, I'd just like to show it off. I can still see all the chatter. I just have to look left. So, this is my YouTube channel. These are what some of my thumbnails look like. I've gotten better over time. My thumbnails were really kind of crappy before. Like, if we look at the, you know, Baldur's Gate 3 and the Elden Ring stuff, the Elden Ring stuff is where I started kind of experimenting. But, once I started actually making long form, and even some later, like, thumbnails for later live streams, my thumbnail skills have improved a lot. I think I've shown what I wanted to show for that. Thanks! I wasn't doing that 5 years ago. I was not doing that 5 years ago. Typically, I would just try to find a nice photo on the internet, color shift it a bit, play around a teeny tiny bit, or take a game snap and post that. But now I can actually make artful edits. Are they good? No. And I realize that sounds like, ooh, Coin, why are you bashing yourself? What's the channel? Un momento, per favore. Okay. Yeah, I can give you a link. Stream's gonna get a bit spotty for a second while I do this. There you go. There's a link. No problem, good compeer. No problem. Enjoy it. We've got a nice, subtle, or not so subtly built archive of things. And in maybe a month's time, there'll be yet another playlist that I can actually make public. It's the semi-private Patreon and Coffee series. I also make content for those platforms. You have to be a member to see those currently, but that's part of the 1 month exclusive. Once it's on YouTube, it'll be public and available and everything. Gotta provide incentives to use those platforms, right? Ooh, it's been a while since I've heard Vanilla Serious song or Lost Woods music. Like I said, like I was saying before, just to other folks. Thank you very much, good compeer, Memo Ghost. I will look at that later and admire it. Appreciate it. Every subscription helps. Yeah. I know I've shilled this before already, but I want to do it one more time. You know, if you guys hadn't considered doing so or hadn't done it, follow on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. It helps. It really does. Please also tell your friends. I have a Blue Sky account because Twitter is a cesspit, and I refuse to be on it any longer beyond keeping an eye on things. I have a Blue Sky account. You know, share that with your friends. I'm really trying to cultivate those platforms, and every little bit helps. Now back to your regularly sponsored content. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I'd like to think I've gotten a little bit snappier over the years, but the truth probably is you know, thanks to COVID brain, I've gotten a little bit less snappy in some places and a little bit more snappy than others. I suppose the biggest thing I could talk about, since this was 5 years ago for you, Memo Ghost, you know, I'm not a student at a university anymore. I couldn't finish my degree. I have 2 associate's degrees, and not a company will take them. Not a company that's in my field will take it. Not a lab in the world will take the degrees I have. None whatsoever. And any qualification that I would meet, I'd have to lie about. So I'm in this weird rut in life where I'm too qualified or not quite the right type to work a menial position like a waiter or, you know, a clerk at a register or anything like that. But I'm not qualified enough for the jobs that I would actually be able to take interest in and apply for. So that's left me in this weird limbo, this purgatory, where I do things like pet sit for a living. You're good with your job now? No. Like I said, was not able to finish getting the degree I was trying to seek. So I'm just doing the odd jobs that I can. One of those is pet sitting. I do that for a living. Yeah, people pay me to watch their cats and dogs or other pets. And in the spare time that I do have, I am also trying to write a novel. How I'm going to do that with literally no income to speak of, I have no idea. But I'm struggling against the chains of life. Not an easy thing for me to talk about, but I know how to put words to it at least. I'm struggling. But I get by. So what? Good, you can do something you're not into, you'll manage, and maybe you'll like it with time? Yeah, probably. If I ever actually find reasonable work, yes, I can do that. As a person on the spectrum, someone who is autistic, if I'm ever public with that, and I have official medical records So, like, I have an official diagnosis, and it's something I have to tell employers about. A lot of them don't outright say it, but I know they reject me on that basis. But if I lie about it, I go to jail. I'm not trying to garner sympathy. I have to get by on my own means. That's all you have in this life, is get by on your own means. I will find a job, or I will take the jobs that I'm doing right now. They're not official jobs, but I can eventually turn them into a business, and I can get out that way. I'm working on 5 places. And then you're okay? Don't even like the job, but you're used to it? It's fun? Yeah, it's lived experience, right? Like I said, not asking for pity or anything. Just saying this is where I've been in my 5 years of living since you and I last spoke. Life has certainly been interesting. Yeah, exactly. You have to adapt. And no one else is going to adapt for you. No, you're not saying that, your friend. Okay. I will wait until, you've perhaps maybe written another sentence or two and I can reparse what you're trying to say. That happens sometimes. You're a human, and I can do anything? Yeah. Probably. Yeah, you're saying I can do any job, right? That's what I should be parsing from this. Yeah. Some jobs I'm clearly better at than others. I would prefer to use my head if at all possible. I don't want to be shoveling ditches. I'll do it. I don't have pride. I will do that stuff. But I went to college for a reason. I have a developed brain. I'd like to use it. I would like to not have... Let's see. My family's college fund, plus my own, from signing into debt, go to complete waste. I don't want that going to waste. And if that means doing things like, thanks, Aniv, appreciate it. But in the end, I don't have pride. You know, if things get worse, or if I ever find a job, you know, I'll just settle into it. I don't begrudge people for doing that either. What am I doing? I'm having a real good time talking with people is what I'm doing. Again, Memo, I really do appreciate you stopping back by. Means a lot. But sometimes I get in this headspace where I do talk to people, and I get uber distracted from what I'm trying to also do at the same time. And I'm also umming a lot, which is good. I guess it means I'm wanting to be super chatty. Okay, I want to be heading this way. This is south. I want to head this way. You were in a shitty family, except your mom, struggling every day, but over it. Now you're changing, or at least you're trying. You have your struggles and problems. Yeah, exactly. Everyone has struggles and problems, and it's up to us to determine how to deal with them or otherwise fix them, right? Exactly. Couldn't agree more myself. Thank you. I do appreciate the kind words. They mean more than you know. Which is why I haven't given up. I'm still struggling against my chains. If I had really given up, I wouldn't be here right now. I know this. I would not be here. I would probably just... I'd pull a Preston Garvey from Fallout 4, where I believe his words were, he didn't like commit suicide, but he didn't care about living either. He was really quite reckless. I'd probably be a bit like him. Not really caring if I live or die, but being reckless all the same. Like, wasting life. Don't see me doing that. And if I saw someone else getting ready to waste theirs, I would say something. I would do something. Wouldn't be easy, but I'd do something. Yeah, don't give up on anything. Just remember who loves you, who cares about you. Be strong. Doing my best. Doing my best. I'll be the strongest I can be. I am trying to get to the second dungeon. That is what I'm trying to do, and I've already gone in the wrong direction again. Once we reach the second dungeon, I will be taking my third and final break. I stream for 4 hours Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and generally I take a 5-minute break about every hour or so. This is just for people who haven't been here before, or, you know, people coming in at the top of the hour. I would have been on break already, but time flies when you're having fun, or making friends or talking with people. I appreciate everybody who's keeping me company. Really, I do. Thank you for continuing to put up with the shilling. I don't do enough promotion. Good streamer. Yeah, just lack of promotion. You know, I'm not on, and the game. The game certainly doesn't help. After all, I'm streaming a category, not a game in specific. Unless retro is a specific game, and I've quite literally been streaming to the wrong category, in which case, cringe. But I know a lot of it comes down to I'm not promoting on the right platforms. Game looks cool? Thank you. Thank you. This is Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask randomizer. It is a 2-in-1 game. You can find it. It has its own website. You just literally type in OoTMM. Never played Zelda? Might want to play the original games it's based off of, which would be The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. They're a pair of N64 cartridges, with Majora's Mask being a direct sequel. Those games have probably around 40 hours of content, maybe a little bit more, each one. They're nice games, but they are a product of their time. I want to say Ocarina of Time was 1993, and Majora's Mask was like a year later. You get bored and tired with an open world? This game is not open world, thank goodness for you. This game is very linear. Yeah, it seems open, but that's only because the maps are a little bit open, and they're really only specific areas that are open. The base games themselves are linear. I'm playing a randomizer, which means I'm taking the contents of the game and I'm scrambling them. So like, for example, I'm an adult in this game, and I shouldn't be able to use a slingshot right now. That's a child item. I should have access to shields, but I don't because I haven't found them yet. This is a ROM hack of sorts. It's not quite the same as, like, the base game. Let me give you a link to the site. Stream's gonna be a little bit weird while I do that. Give me just a second. Here's the FAQ for what I'm playing in particular. I basically use a randomly generated seed, and the seed kind of determines what I'll find, when I'll find it, and what paths I have available to me. A randomizer takes a game and... You're welcome. No problem, Memo Ghost. The randomizer takes the game and makes it a lot more open than it normally is. I guess is a way I should make sure I say, is the game is normally a lot more closed, linear. and you go through it. And also, you don't really have Ocarina of Time just call you Memo? Absolutely. Very well. Thank you for the permission on that. I gave the demon dolls, haha. Aniv. Aniv. Aniv fam, what you doing? Aniv. Never change, Aniv. Never change. Right. Normally you play Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask separately, so the fact that you can play both these games at once in a randomizer. Am I streaming every day? No, I am not. I stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, normally around 1 p.m., and I believe I started relatively on time today. That's usually when I stream. I was streaming in the evening for a while, but the days themselves are the same. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Sometimes I stream on the weekends. Like, for example, this weekend, I don't have any playgroup time with my real friends. That's next week. So, next weekend, excuse me, I won't be streaming on that Saturday, but I will probably stream at least Saturday or Sunday this week. I actually have a calendar for this. Let me go and find it. I actually have an invitation. It's on my Discord, but I want to get you the straight link to it. Stream's probably going to act buggy for a second while I do this. So sorry about that. Here's my streaming calendar. Stream is good. Gotcha. You're welcome. It is a Google invite, so I use Google Calendar to schedule these. I update it pretty religiously. The schedule on the Twitch page, for example, I generally tell you what day and what kind of content I'm streaming, as well as what time. But if something happens, I'm not adjusting that. That's more like a guide as to what the schedule normally is, if that's making sense. If you want to keep up with day-to-day changes on my schedule, the Google Calendar is how you do that. So let's say I get sick. The streaming calendar I just linked is what gets the update. All good? Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure I explained it sufficiently, that's all. I don't like to assume that people know what I'm saying. Oftentimes when I do that, I'm usually met with, repeat that again, or say that again, or I didn't understand that. So I try to just make sure I guess I over-explain a little bit. Or a lot. To see me in every stream. Well, I appreciate that mark of promise. I really do. I look forward to your continued company. Now, the thing that I should be doing, and I'm gonna do right now, is take a break. Here, no problem, Memo, no problem. For those of you that have not been here before, or just, it's still relatively top of the hour, I take 5-minute breaks about every hour. I'm a little bit overdue for that break. Now you have to go, your friend. Catch up later? Okay. Not a problem. Thank you for stopping by, Memo. I really appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you back. Take care of yourself, since this is where we are parting ways for the time being. And with that, I'm going to sorry, let me back up. No problem. Take care of yourself. I sincerely mean that. Yeah, take care of yourself and please remain in good health and good spirits. Well, guys, with that, I think I'm going to transition into the break. You guys know the spiel. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time on the clock. I'll be away from my desk getting a nice, good stretch in. I will see you after the break. Thanks again. I am back. So sorry about that. I got caught up in a slight logistical conversation and then thought I had a rather important notice on my phone. Speaking of which, I thought I had another important notice on my phone. But, it appears to not be the case. Hopefully everybody found a way to use the commercial time to their best benefit, whether that be getting up and stretching for yourselves, which I highly recommend given the current ad climb, or, outside of that, just tabbed over to something else, etc., etc. Because I don't like ads either. But that's kind of that's the business over on, that's the business for Twitch and YouTube. Ads are important. I just wish they were a little bit less important. I wish they didn't muck up the viewer experience so. But it seems like all the all the companies out there are noticing the deals drying up with Twitch and YouTube and so on. And so these companies, Twitch, YouTube, and so on, are... Yes, Snappy. Really cool dude, you seem so kind. Aw, thank you, CJ OTR. Are you... I wouldn't call myself the most chill person in the world, but I'm not the top of the morning to you. I am no Jacksepticeye. Bad impression is bad. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm a very mired, calm, not chill. I guess I can be, but I'll just take the compliment. Thank you. I can be self-defeating in that regard. All I need to say is that I am not the I'm not a funny YouTube man. I'm more of the quiet, contemplative YouTube man. And Twitch man for that matter. If there's a joke I need to crack or want to crack, usually in long form, like with my Dragon Quest Let's Play, I tend to just go find source clips and edit those in when I think something is funny. I've gotten better with off-the-cuff quipping, but I know I have a better grasp of where my limits are. But thank you again for the really kind words. That means a lot. So CJ, since you're here, what sort of content do you like on YouTube? If and you don't mind my asking. Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are your favorite games? Awesome. I love that. That's why I'm here, and my voice is soothing? Thanks. I really appreciate... Flattery will, in fact, get you everywhere. And it's nice to find another kindred spirit that enjoys a good randomizer. Again, this is a combo randomizer, although you probably know that. This is more so for everyone else's benefit. If you guys don't know what a combo randomizer is, I would recommend looking them up. This isn't the only one. There are others. You really enjoy randomizers? I do too. There's a specific book from Skyrim literature that I'm thinking of. So like Bethesda wrote it and everything. What is it? I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. I enjoy randomizers in the same way that Amana, from this book that I'm referencing, enjoys picking locks. Amana doesn't enjoy picking locks because they're trying to do a break-in. They enjoy the puzzle of figuring out the lock. I'm not interested in completing it fast. I'm interested in completing the randomizer thoroughly, and I enjoy the experience of picking the lock and figuring out which order I need to take in order to complete things. I'm very puzzle-brained in that way. I enjoy a good puzzle, and randomizers are really long versions of those puzzles. Especially when you can break the game over its over its proverbial spine, so to speak, and discover some things along the way, either about the game or about yourself. Nice. That's not a super useful mask, but it's nice. I enjoy nice masks. And while I'm not a huge fan of masks in real life, I do enjoy a good masquerade gala. I do enjoy a good one of those. My junior prom, I was a single man. I'm still regrettably single, but it's fine. I don't need a partner to be happy in life. And it only took me the entirety of 5 seconds at a junior prom to realize this. I enjoyed the atmosphere of the prom more than anything. I enjoyed the fondue fountain, the hors d'oeuvres. I enjoyed people dancing to the music, wearing nice suits and dresses, and hand-painted or store-bought masks. I enjoyed the atmosphere of that sort of thing. And I guess to poke fun at myself, you could call me a bourgeoisie-oriented if you want to. Maybe high culture? I don't know if I'd call it high culture, though, as every culture has its own high version somewhere. So I'm really loath to say that. I don't like to say it. I enjoy the finer things in life. And a masked party is one of those. I also slightly enjoy the anonymity that comes with masks, but returning back to the randomizer. Unlike the randomizer, or I suppose unlike masks in real life, I'm about to press F1 on my streaming computer. Let's not do that. The Gerudo Valley Falls and pressing F1 are really about the only two ways I cheat in the randomizer. It's mostly to just make the entrance resetting faster, because otherwise I'd have to, you know, end the software, reopen the software, and then reboot the randomizer. F1 just skips all those steps. Nice and easy. Oh yeah, we didn't go through that section. It's fine. We can do this in a number of different methods. What's been your favorite part about the randomizers, CJ, if you don't mind my asking? Yes, Snappy, I see that you're there. Ooh. After, we might raid today. For those of you on Twitch, we might be raiding today. Because I saw a guy jump on, and I'm a good Twitch associate with him, and so I can actually probably raid him anytime I want. Well, okay, not anytime I want. Just, you know, anytime he's on, I know I'd be a welcome voice in there. It's important to have those on Twitch. While I'm waiting for conversational replies, how is everyone doing? How are we all feeling? I want us to take a moment and really assess that question. You know, I think everyone asks how you're doing, but I think far fewer people ask how you're feeling. Far fewer people, you know, bother to make the distinction that those questions, if they aren't said with great care, come across as ticking a check or like check marking a human interaction. So I try not to phrase my question that way. How are we doing or feeling? Because those can be intimate. And perhaps the person on the other side doesn't want to mention the divorce proceeding they're going on, so they kind of have to they kind of have to lie about it. So I try to say things like, how are your health and spirits today? You know, I guess people still have to lie, but they have to lie about a lot less. And it's a lot less personal. It's more straightforward when people realize that it's the same question, but with more specificity to it. Like, I'm not asking for how your divorce proceeding is going. I don't know about that and don't need to know about that. I'm interested in your physical and mental health today and what you're willing to share about it. And I think it's important that people ask those questions. I think people are too often in their own heads and so concerned with themselves that they don't ask how anyone else is doing. Or when they do ask, it's disingenuous from the start. I'm not in the form of giving advice often. I'll say how I feel on something, but oftentimes I know it masquerades itself as advice. But here, this time, I'm aware I'm giving advice, and so I will actually give advice this time. In these dark days, where political and geopolitical futures are uncertain, when scarcity becomes the norm and nations start fighting over this or that resource, remember to show your neighbors a bit of kindness. Show them love. Because the governments around the world aren't going to do it. They're going to pretend to love you. They're going to pretend to tell the truth. You have the chance to show you're telling the truth. You have the chance to show that you're sincere and you're not a voiceless voice or a random NPC that they're talking to. You have a chance to show that you're a human and you care. Time it right. Don't be invasive while you're at work and while they're at work. But when they're at lunch, perhaps with not too many listening ears, or perhaps, you know, you catch them right as they're getting out of the car or getting into the car or whatever. Ask a stranger how they're doing or how are their health and spirits today. As long as they're not combative, and if they tell you, no thanks, I'm not interested in talking to a random stranger, leave them alone. Don't talk to them. That's fine. You've made the try. You've asked them how they're doing, and they were not inclined to respond. Move on and find a different soul to try to comfort for the day. I don't think people do that enough. Sometimes it's as simple as people don't have time to do stuff like that, and I get it. But a lot of other times, it's just the thoughtless caring, the people just being selfish. It's driving a lot of people's fears today, perhaps for good reason. So show people that they have less to fear from you than they think they do. Show them that you're a real human being. Show them kindness. Don't hurt yourself trying to show that kindness, but do your best to show it anyway. You know, only the most sagest and responsive bits of advice ever. Life is a very nuanced beast, a nuanced creature. And rarely is advice ever tailor-made to fit a situation. It's more like axioms and anecdotes and, you know, bits of perhaps well-meaning reason when people offer advice. You can still glean something useful from it, from the advice, even if it isn't perfectly tailor-made. Nice. We found one of the most annoying ground enemies in the game, the lever. I like to pull one of those levers. I jest, of course, but I would really like to find... Okay. I'm thinking before I continue, in the process of picking this lock that we're in, I would like to get this reset over with. Business scrubs. Awesome, but we don't have a wallet, so that's no good. And we already have sticks. We really can just go ahead and reset. So just as a bit of, you know, the final hour reminder, we will be streaming this same seed, unless something bad happens. We will be streaming this same seed pretty much every day that we would be streaming. Sorry, let me back up and try that again. We will be streaming this same seed until we have finished voting on content, and I can determine where we're going. For those who are coming in at the bottom of the, you know, hour or the middle of the hour, we're undergoing a content voting process right now. We just finished the new game for Steelrising, and I need a break from Steelrising. And this is going to serve as that break. But if you want me to do something else, like, I don't know, say Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance, well, I certainly wouldn't say no. But one of the things we do on this channel is vote. I give you guys the power of the gavel. Every time we go for a new game, this is the third game in which I have given people a content vote for. It is something we've been doing for quite a bit now. And so if you want to vote on that stuff, for you guys on YouTube, I have a Discord. It's in the link tree. If you click on the link tree and click on the Discord icon, don't click on the one that spells out what Discord it is. That's for OP10 Network. If you guys want to go over to OP10 Network, which I'm also a member of, that's totally cool, then please click on the panel. But for those of you that are clicking the link tree and wondering, which Discord should it be? Just click on the Discord symbol. It'll take you to my Discord. What was I saying? Right, it'll take you to my Discord, and I'm really blinking for whatever reason. Voice crack. We only have one last bit of backtracking to do, and then we can go through the final leg of the dungeon. Now I'm totally blanking. My brain is just fogging out right now. I can take a second and think. Right. I don't remember exactly where I was going, but let me just truncate it there and say, if you guys want any amount of say in the content we do in the future, the Discord is where we'll be doing that, and only the Discord. Even when I get the straw poll ready, it's still going to be exclusively through the Discord. YouTube people, if you guys want your benefits, just for, you know, being a subscriber, the Discord is where you're going to get that stuff. I have content updates on the Discord. I have places to put pictures. We can talk about games or deep subject matter in the associated forum. Because that's how I handle things like philosophy or religion. It goes into a forum channel. I curate that, along with any mods that I might come into in the future that want to tend the forum. They'll be the only ones who will really be able to curate it, and by golly, will we curate it. We'll curate that experience. So if you guys want to talk about the US election, you can do that in a dedicated forum channel, and no one will judge you for it, because it's quite literally people who are clicking that click to read what's there, right? So if people are like, I don't feel like clicking and I just want to talk in general, well, that's not really gonna fly here, because the whole purpose of having the forum channels to talk about that deep stuff is to not burden people with having to discuss that in a public, you know, chat channel like general or something. I pride myself on not being a refuge or an echo chamber. That includes my Discord. I don't care about political leaning. I care about whether you're a human being or not. I care about, are you going to say Nazi propaganda? You're probably not, well, you aren't welcome here. Are you going to be a militant liberal? A militant person on the left? A hardline communist who finds ways to make open veiled threats? Not welcome here either. Just pure, honest discourse where people back up what the heck they say with links that have been properly vetted. That is what that battleground of a forum is for. If you don't want to partake in that, you don't have to. I want my space to not be a quote-unquote safe space. I want it to be safe from hate, but I don't want it to be safe from ideas. It's the whole point of having forum spaces, or else they just shouldn't be there. But I've got quite a few benefits. We can also discuss games, or, you know, if people are on like a game alert and they want to see something, or they want to watch other content creators that have the appropriate role flagged on my Discord server, you can have access to that. Okay. We open this. We don't have regular bombs. So there is hardly any point in... There's hardly any point in sticking around. We have the iron boots and the Zor tunic. So now that we have those two things, we can do a couple more checks before we become child. Yeah, and as far as I can tell, that is like the last bastion of things we have to do, is just go in water, make checks. What else can going into the deep water with iron boots do? That opens up Zora's Fountain. That opens up all the things at right before the Zora domain, there are 4 items, but if I recall, none of them looked very good. We also have the Skulltula house that we should go check before continuing. So let's go see what our Skulltula rewards are. Nice. Usually I get hot trash from the Skulltula house. So we're going to be able to get 2 rewards, and then we'll check what the other 3 are. Okay, here's the 30. Garbage. Soul of Child Goron, not garbage. Soul of Bigoron, not garbage. Okay. Actually, this house is not hot trash today. Usually I come in here and it's like, oh, rupees, pieces of heart, which isn't trash, but it can be if my health is high enough, or, you know, arrows or bombs or something. It's nice that that's not the case. I guess while we're here, let's get this check out of the way. Because there are re-deads in here. We can kill them to get a reward. Yay! Okay, we got that one. Good. So now we just have... What else does Iron Boots open up? Does Iron Boots open up anything in particular? Because we've done both child dungeons to the best of our ability. We'll need to come back as a child for the Deku Tree, and we can't do Jabba Jabu's belly without being a child. That's just hard locked. So yeah, I think it's just this check we're about to do. It's Zora's Fountain. We can take a look at Ice Cavern. I don't think we're going to be able to do too much in there. We don't have the Wolfos soul. We also don't have the Freezard soul. So we won't be able to do anything beyond checking some pots, but you never know. Oh, and I guess there's also the, there is also... Oh, I just blanked on what it is. Oh, right. The, scientist's lab at the lake. The laboratory house at the lake has 3 things we can go check right now. This isn't the worst thing. Basically the fish open up another check. I'm almost positive only specific fish have rewards, but I believe each fish restores a fish to the fisherman when you obtain his soul. Okay, so now the next thing on the menu is the lake house, at the laboratory lake house. We can't do anything about the business scrubs. That was like the bigger thing that we grabbed. Yes, Snappy, what's up? The princess hasn't left her castle yet, Navi. I don't know what you're on about. I guess during the final 12 minutes, I really do want to thank everybody so much for stopping by. Again, we vote on things on my Discord. Please, 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 if you want to join, now, it's not so important for the plural voting. Like, it is important, because that has the biggest bevy of options available to you. But if you're like, I want to wait and see what's locked in for the, you know, straw poll, you're more than welcome to do that. But this week, starting from yesterday, because that's when I posted it. It was on 11/21/2024. Please, 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 if you want to see something that I've offered to you with this game, vote. And if you're subbed or you're a patron, you're counted twice. That's like the best way I know to push people's replies, is just, that's how I make the voting on games worthwhile. Is if you're subbed here, you get double quantity. It's like a win-win for everybody. Pow chicka wow wow chicken dinner. However you gotta say it to yourself, however it has to be, just know that your vote matters. It counts here on this channel. Even if you don't feel like it counts everywhere else, by golly, I'm gonna make sure it counts here. Not even count it twice. Okay, enough meaning. I've said my piece on that. But the one thing I will say in regard to the voting is this. If you want to be part of the plural choice voting, as in you want to see all the options, you have until the 24th of this month. You have until the 24th of this month to get in on the voting. I mean that. After that, it'll be locked down. There will be no more room for plural choice. It'll then be time for the straw poll. So if you want to be part of the plural choice, act now act now, act soon, or forever hold your peace. Not kidding. I impose hard deadlines on my voting systems for a reason. It is so that someone can't go a month. In fact, I even go so far as to archive the posts in a mod-only channel that only mods and myself can see, just to make it clear that the voting is over. We archive those posts. So please, if you want to vote on a game, or you want to vote on a course of action, the time to do that is limited. The straw poll will have about as much time on it as this does, starting from when the plural choice voting concludes up until the 27th, where I will basically be at Friendsgiving that day. I can begin planning how I want to do things regarding what your choice is. Actually, I'm pretty sure I should have walked this way. It doesn't really matter, it's about equidistant. Nice. I don't feel pulled in any particular direction regarding the ocarina buttons yet. I don't know which one we're intended to get first. Going back to what I was saying, just hammering it home, please vote. I want you to vote. Yes, I'm a content creator. Yes, I'm a streamer. Yes, I can take executive decision, but I have this listed as a benefit for a reason. Why would I put it there as a benefit if I didn't want you guys to use it? And, or if I was just gonna make a command decision anyway. Now, I have taken command decisions on votes before, but generally, that's when nobody voted. So it was only me. So this time I was smart. I included an option for streamer's pick. If you don't feel like opting and you just want to go with my best judgment or what I want to do, well then, by golly, you can do that. If you're like, I'd rather not make a decision on this. I have so many other more important things in my life to handle, like taxes, my kids, my spouse, or what have you. Oh, we do have the Freezard Soul. Cool, but we don't have the Wolfo Soul. I'm almost confident in that. We'll look anyway, though. I think I've waxed poetic about this. Just if you want your voice to be heard, you want to have an influence on the content here, this is your chance to do it. Anybody can do it. And the way that I have the voting system set up, even though paid votes, like subs, patrons, donors, etc., are counted twice, if there are enough of you currently, if there are enough of you that outnumber, like, the patrons 2 to 1, like, you guys can still have a collective say on what the voting looks like, or what the content's gonna look like. Now, as compensation, people voting don't get a say on Patreon coffee content. That's for patrons and coffee supporters only, or primarily. It is there as compensation for them. That's exclusive content they're gonna have rights to for a while. I think that's fair. I've waxed poetic on my systems long enough. I'd like to think I have a pretty well-oiled machine around here, and it really just comes down to, you know, the reason why things are so quiet around here is just lack of networking, lack of marketing, things like that. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna become Child Link, and we're gonna go see where the spawn is. And once we do that, I will, once we do that, I'll kind of turn it over and we'll go raid the person I was talking about. Unless they, stop streaming, and in which case, cry about it. Cry about it, Coin. Cry about it. Is what I'll have to say before cutting and running, probably. And there's a reason I'm taking this long, painful walk back to Hyrule Castle, or Castletown, ruined Castletown, and that is because my spawn is on the opposite side in Gerudo Fortress. And so that really won't make things any easier to get to the child spawn location or to Hyrule Castletown, so I'll just walk. What, Navi? 23 is number 1. Reference to vanilla game hint, but, you know, de-hinted. It's just a random statement. Fine, I guess. I know I said it already, I'm gonna say it again. I really want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for, you know, hanging with me today, lurking or otherwise. I really appreciate the company. I needed this today. It was nice not to have a quiet day today. And it'll be nice tomorrow and the day after. Like I said, my weekend is free, so as far as I know, I'll be able to stream. I just might have to pivot for, I might have to pivot when my uncle passes. But there's nothing I can do. There's no amount of planning or any amount of advance notice I could give you guys to prepare for a terminally ill man's death. I can't do it. Man gets to know their doom, but not the hour in which it strikes. That's how it works. So now here's the child check for opening the door of time. One neat quirk about OoTMMR is I can use bow as adult. I can use child trade items as adult. I can use tunics. Basically, there lots of items in this game are timeless. They swap between age periods now. And as far as I understand, there's some pointers happening, but it's largely just a switch. You make sure the pointers are valid and it points to the right model. Actually, I shouldn't say that because of the way the skeletons or models are for Ocarina of Time and, no, just Ocarina of Time. Actually getting a child item to work as an adult and an adult item to work as a child requires making all new skeletal parts. So, yeah, never mind what I was going to say. I quickly realized how technical that just was. Alright, where were we? Adult is Gerudo Fortress, so where's child? Sacred Forest Meadow as child. Okay. I can work with this. Okay. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. For those of you on YouTube, mwah. That's it. I don't have anything for you. If you want to come join the raid on Twitch, you're more than welcome. Again, assuming that this person I'm referring to is live, or is still live somehow, I would love to raid them. Because they're playing a really funny game. A little bit less funny in its vanilla form, but still funny nonetheless. I'm gonna, of course, shout you guys out to him if you want to just go over to that channel right away. But for those of you guys on YouTube, take care of my YouTube senators and inductees. Stay safe out there. I hope to see you back tomorrow, because I will be streaming tomorrow. The weekends are not a guarantee, but I'm pretty sure I can guarantee this Saturday. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Twitch raid. Now, as for you guys on Twitch, we're going to be raiding this dude out, Funky Funk 40. He is a good Twitch associate of mine. Hi, Aniv. Yes. Hello. I employ you here. You work for me. For free. Good to see you, Niv. You actually said a coherent message. It isn't random gobbledygook. That's not trying to patronize you, in case you're sentient. It is, you normally are incomprehensible. It is nice to have a comprehensible sentence from you. We're going to be reading Mr. Monkey Funk. For you guys on Twitch, thank you guys so much for hanging with me. We'll be back tomorrow with this. Unless something changes, keep an eye on the Google Calendar for that. And, stay safe out there. For anyone who's made it to the end, thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. And with that, goodbye.